Alrighty, hello, and welcome back to some good old game development. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Hope everyone's having a good one. Oh, I am on the slightly tired side, but you know, it is what it is. Hope everyone had a good weekend though. Got the rest that you wanted, or equivalent. There we go. Alright. I had things I wanted to get done today. What were they? That's just generally fixing a couple of bugs, if I remember correctly. Because I need to get this fucking update that I promised like 2 weeks ago out. But I've just been so fucked for my schedule outside of stream, and including in stream, that it's hard. And I apologize. But excuses are excuses, and nothing more. Just get the thing done. Fix your mistake. Ugh. I think there was a... No, I think I fixed that. I think it's just getting, like, all the stuff, like, cleaned up a little bit. I would like to give a visual of, when the abilities are, like, on. I'm not sure how I want to do that. Because currently a lot of stats also just don't work. Like projectile I don't think fully works. I don't think a lot of those sort of things work. So we need to like do stuff for that. And then yeah, a lot of abilities also just don't really do anything. They don't have level ups as well either. Like I know Bug doesn't have anything. I did consider doing tooltips as well quickly, but like that's just gonna be a nightmare. It's a couple of visual things I also need to just like sort out, I think. I'm just gonna go through and try and equip everything to ensure there's not just like a random error that turns up for anything. There's another thing that I'd like to do, but that's a very quality of life thing. Can see about doing something about it though. It'll probably be something I do very soon though, because I'll need to make sure it's done early enough so I can have like code accommodating it and update it when potentially necessary. So far, I'm not seeing anything, like, problematic functioning, which is good. Hey, Devil, how's it going? Oh. Yeah, everything seems to be functioning fine. The Anonymous Feathers definitely feel like a really strong weapon, but at the same time, they feel incredibly susceptible to being bad. They definitely feel on that kind of like high risk, high reward side. I don't know if I quite like the phrasing of that for this case. But it's like, if an enemy's right in front of you, they get shotgunned by multiple feathers and they die. And if you run correctly with them, it's great. But like, if you get hit by a crowd of enemies, you're not getting back to those feathers. And the only time where that's not a problem is when it's at its high level, which, I'm gonna be honest, a maxed out level weapon should be kind of killing shit pretty efficiently. Keeping in mind these enemies aren't scaling in any capacity, they are just the base stats the whole way through. The leveling has slowed down substantially though at this stage. So I think maybe my escalation numbers are a little too high. That was always a thing that I needed to keep in mind because of the way I do the numbers. But to be fair as well, at the same time, it's supposed to be experience also escalates with time. Right? So it's a bit of a mixed bag with that one, right? Enemies are supposed to get stronger with time but give greater rewards, and then as time goes on you're supposed to need more resources to keep your momentum, so it's supposed to accommodate. So I am not going to touch the EXP for now in terms of value, just because of that aspect of the, like, it might be fine once everything's added in that's supposed to be added in. I could probably stand to, like, lower the damage of the feathers a little bit, because it still looks like, if a feather hits a target, it does, like, a lot more damage than I probably want it to. I want it to be kind of like, I don't know, a situation where if one feather hits, it probably does, like, half health, maybe? But it looks like it's doing about 70%. It's hard to tell. Because, like, again, 2 feathers hitting a target, I'm fine with that being a kill. 1 feather hitting a target, I feel like that should be just, like, shy of, I don't know. The problem as well is, like, the moment I reduce that damage, the threshold gets really, really awkward. I don't know. Okay. I'm not seeing any very clear bugs at this point. So it's probably time to just do some general cleanup on things that I know need to be cleaned up. It's mainly just weapons, items, getting all of them functioning as they're supposed to. Try and do that. Try and add a way to go back to the lobby from this menu. Or from this this place. And check all the errors that might occur because of that. To be fair, I do need to do... There's a lot of stuff I need to do. Because there's something I want to try and check how to handle, right? Which is, if a run ends in some capacity, and then you're sent back to the lobby, I assume players are going to probably want it to be that when they're sent back with the same... Interesting. Same current, like, lobby group. Instead of being basically, like, separated up again. That would be my assumption. As a player as well, that's probably what I prefer. Hmm. So why did this not work there? Okay. So if we're gonna make a lobby changing thing, I think we already have something for that. Can't remember. Yes, play starts there. Oh, game manager. I know I have room code. Yes, that's room start. Set this up like this. Should solve a couple of issues. Okay. So, O player. We're gonna have to, okay, so I need to set up inside of the UI. So player UI. We need to go to player UI stuff. We'll set up a way to exit out of the room. That is what we'll try and set up now. Stat screen, upgrade screen. So I'm gonna need, function, player Escape. Display. Constructor. There we go. Alright. So, the draw will be this isn't how I should be doing it, though. We need to show the stats, though, and then we need to create a visual box in a location. What do I want? It'd be SP slot, but it would be a specific frame of it, no? Yeah, we'll just do first frame. Right. Draw. No. Draw sprite. Stretched. We'll go with that. SP slots. Sub image. 1. I think it is. Would be counted as it is a 0. Might be considered 0. X. So we want this to be probably bottom right. So, I might actually just go fucking steal the EXP's location, more or less. If I recall, it should be... Yeah. Okay, so this is... So I need you. And then it'd be width and height. I think that's everything for the sprite. So then locally on the player, we're going to have to go find you. Here you are. Display escape equals false. Display escape, there we go. Realistically, what I could do is I could actually just have these visuals like this, have this here, and then have go to the UI system, player, escape, screen equals new player, escape display. We're getting there. And then we can have the hover over check. So I'm gonna have to remove a fuckload of info from this. Ooh, doesn't like it. There we go. So we need to remove the for loop part of this. Okay, then I need to steal these. Oh, right. Oh, mouth. Yeah. I turn, I see. Ugh. Alright, we don't need hover target, but we do want to have hover true. For now, at least. Hover equals false. Actually, that's a really good point. How much do I need self versus I need the internal details? I need more internal details than I need other details. There we go. Alright, let me catch up on some stuff. Yeah, the weekend's been relatively quiet, all things considered, in terms of, like, the spheres that I've been paying attention to. I feel rather relaxed. It's nice. There we go. All right. So all of that remains the same. Then it's just color and alpha. Alpha is going to stay there. Color is going to be, hover, question mark. So if hover is true, then we want it to be, C, I don't know, lime. Otherwise, C, white. Hey, Clap. Reese from Hololive also got a channel. Oh, yeah, I did see that, actually. Yeah. Yeah, it was a crypto scam thing again, yeah. It was like, I think there was like a future live stream or something like that, put up, and it's like fucking random person talking about the fall of crypto. Oh, I fucking don't know. It was really weird. Was up with the early stream, eh? What? What do you mean? I start at 7 AM. We've been going for nearly 40 minutes. It is 7:40. What? She made a response just like Crony. Oh, for fuck's sakes, not again! They cause so much dumb shit in the community. I'm hoping people take it better this time, for fuck's sakes. That's so dumb, though. Yeah, no, I know some bits about it, though. I did see it very briefly in passing this morning. Okay. Did you not realize there was a time change a long time ago? Yeah, like, I feel like we've been on the normal numbers for a long time now. And working? Yeah. I mean, fuck. What was it that I saw recently as well? I'm trying to remember. I saw something else that I wanted to talk about. I'm fucking blanking. In collaboration with Chronocoin to the non-stop nut November. Hell yeah. What did I see that I wanted to talk about? There was something. Something I remember seeing that I was gonna bring up as a topic and I didn't write it down. I'm upset. Oh, one thing I did do though. I did finally finish, or at least get up to date on, Apothecary Diaries anime. So I have watched the second season of the anime. I need to look something up, because I'm curious, because the way that ended, if you told me that was the end of the series, I wouldn't be surprised. But also, I feel like I was told there was gonna be another season, and I'm like, now really questioning if that's the case. Yeah, that's what I remember hearing, is a season 3 and a fucking movie. What the fuck are they doing next? What the hell happens after everything? Dude, I'm sorry, but like they had an overarching plot for like basically 2 seasons that they ended, and now I'm expected to see another season? To be fair, yes, I know I did watch the final, like the after credits scene of the 2nd season. I did see what, like, who was there at the docks. I saw that, so I get maybe it's something related to that, but like I would assume that she's done with this shit. Right? Actually, I'm gonna put the question out now, okay? So I can even talk about this, because it has been theoretically the amount of time I would normally allocate as allowance for spoilers, but I will ask, is there anyone here that cares about spoilers of at least the anime? I'm specifically talking about the anime of Apothecary Diaries. If you're intending to watch it in the nearish future, and you would mind spoilers, I would like to know if I can talk about it or not. Because I want to talk about that 2nd season. Because I make the argument of it, like, if it's been 2 to 4 weeks after something has come out, you're kind of in the scope of, like, if it's not, like, got a huge paywall or anything, you probably should have been able to get access to the information by now. Leaving the code to not get spoiled. See you in 15 to 20 minutes. Okay. Because, yeah, no, so if Devil's gonna disappear, then so I can actually talk about this. So I absolutely loved the 2nd season. I loved a lot of the overarching story. Admittedly, the most confusing part of it is just keeping track of the fucking family dynamics of the She clan. Because, like, Jesus Christ, that shit gets like a fucking... Admittedly, that's how family structures looked back then, in those sorts of eras, but like, holy shit, that thing looks like a goddamn mess to try and understand who's fucking connected to who. Especially knowing when you find out, it's like, oh, this character died, and this was actually this character's mother, and then this character's grandmother, and then this character's, like, thing here, so then, like, it leads into this, and oh, by the way, they got fucked by the Emperor, and like... Yeah, what the fuck are they supposed to do next now that, like, Jashin's secret's out as well? Like, that he's the Moon Prince. Like... And currently Mamao's not in the palace, or in the Rare Palace. Like... I get they can probably still come to her for, like, things, but... Like, there's a new prince now, her dad is now in the Rare Palace as a doctor again. Like, what the fuck more do they need? Like, I don't think, Shisui's gonna come back and be a problem. Right? Like, I'm pretty confident in saying Shisui's just like, yeah, nah, you know what, fuck this place, I'm leaving. I'm fucking outie. Like, don't get me wrong, I fully expect the hairpin to somehow make its way back to either Jashin or Mamao, right? So they know that fucking, that Shisui survived. By the way, I knew she fucking didn't die. Because, like, the series has made it very evident. If someone dies, there's blood fucking everywhere. Or, like, very clear they're dead. Nah, that bitch got shot, I didn't see blood, and then she fell off the fucking balcony. There's no way in hell she was dead. I ain't that fucking dumb. I do appreciate they didn't bother, like, putting much effort into showing how she survived, other than, like, you very closely, if you pay attention to her handing the hairpin over, it's got a fucking bullet hole in it. Or, like, a bullet dent in it. I'm like, heh, that's actually really good. I like that. But yeah, no, what the fuck's supposed to happen now that there's another season of like 24 episodes and a movie? The fuck's going on? Like, I mean, yeah, there's gotta be a new, there has to be a new high concubine to take over, for, Shisui, right? But, like, who? And how is that gonna be fucking relevant? Oh, can I say, by the way, one of my favorite bits, as well, that was just like a very side joke thing, was, Lacan's son, his adopted son that he had, the tactician's son. Him coming in going like, hey, I'll do this for you, Josh. And he's like, okay, what do you want in payment? It's like, I just want you to reduce the cost on this build for repairing the door after my father fucking broke it after he had on his rampage. It's like, oh. Sure. I love, it's just like, my man is just like, fuck, we are in debt right now, we don't need this kind of cost. That fucking tickled me, something fierce. But yeah, I guess, like, is it just gonna be more rom-com energy? I guess, like, Jashin's gonna be able to, like, act his age now, right? Because he's, like, 19 or something? 17, 19 age? Very similar to Mamao in age, instead of his supposed 25, I think is what Jashin was supposed to be. Like, the persona he had. I'm definitely curious to see where it all goes. But I don't know if it's gonna have the same feeling moving forward. Because, like, that was something that really did the series well, was the overarching grand antagonistic energy, right? Like, there was a grand force going on. We knew this from season 1, that there had been plans within plans within plans within plans. And then we find out what it is. We've dealt with the situation. And the payoff was, admittedly, a little lackluster in some ways, but it was as fitting as it could have been, I think. With, like, how it's just, hey, this character has just been a bitch, and then this character utilized her being a bitch to be an even bigger bitch. Convince me that's not what Shisui did. Like, seriously. And yes, I'm gonna keep referring to her as that, because that's the name she fucking deserved at the end. I don't know, man. It's a good series, but I don't know where you go with it. Other than, like, just continuing the story as basically as it is. Because, yeah, Jashin's lost his claim to the throne, because now there is a new prince. So he can... I don't remember enough about, like, stuff like the Three Kings and all that stories to tell you what he can do now, though. Right? I actually don't know if he, like, what is gonna happen to him. If he basically is just stuck where he was as Jashin, or if he's going to be able to be a little bit more free and able to do whatever. Like, is he gonna have to train up someone to take that position now? Because is that really a thing that someone like the Emperor's brother should be doing? I also assume now he can be open about a relationship if he wants to be. which I know for damn certain that man is fucking trying. Holy shit. Like, my man has probably been told you don't need to drink the eunuch drink anymore. And he's horny as shit. I've almost gotta respect it. But yeah, I don't... I assume there's more content in the manga light novel stuff, right? So it's like, if I was actually genuinely curious about Apothecary Diaries, what's gonna happen next, I could go look there, and that would tell me what it is. Let's see, I'm gonna quick squiz. Okay, here's a TLDR of what's gonna be in there. Okay. So it looks like they're going more international. Jashin is kidnapping Malmo and then getting second thoughts when it comes to the part, I swear. Yeah. My man, I swear, he's dumb as shit sometimes, though. Like, I like Jashin's because he's like, his character is funny. Like, it's really nice to actually have that aspect of, like, you have to play this character, but you're actually this. So he is actually very immature, and he's never really had the opportunity to be immature, so it comes through and stuff like that. Hey, Sheppy, how's it going? I don't know, I like seeing that kind of thing, because I had that myself, right? Like, I grew up in an environment where I had to be very mature early on in my life, and present that way. Which is why I did really dumb things a lot later than I should have been doing them, is how I would kind of consider it. And I fully see that in, like, what he's doing. He's acting like a fucking spoilt child now that he's able to act like a child, but it's specifically only around, like, Momo. Xiaomo. It's fun. I'm enjoying it. I'm definitely interested to see what they do with another season and a fucking movie. Again, I'm just, like, not sure what you do after the large-scale plot, right? Like, when the story is that grandiose, that's, like, led up to over 2 seasons, it feels hard to follow it up. I feel like it's almost the Infinity Saga problem, right? Where, like, irregardless of what your thoughts are, there was a lot of stuff that led up to a really brilliant moment, and it was a really awesome and epic final movie, having the Endgame movie. And then, like, after that, I feel like we've all been just kind of, like, very bleh with Marvel, because it's like, well, nothing's felt like the grandiose plot that took almost, I think it was almost 20 years to accomplish. It's like 15, 20 years in the making, right? I actually can't remember when the first Iron Man movie technically came out. Or when it came out. How long is the Infinity Saga? Infinity Saga. First 23 films of the universe. Phase 1 started in 2008. and concluded in 2019. So it was a 11-year-long storyline, basically. 10-ish years. 10, 11 years. That's a long fucking time. But it feels like that, where it's just like, okay, well, what's gonna happen next? Irregardless of how good it's gonna be, it's just gonna have to fight that feeling, right? I don't know, maybe I'm being too negative? SC. It's ESC. I could always ask my friend about it. Right. Because I have a friend that has read the manga, the light novel. I think it's a light novel. I can ask him, like, whether or not he felt the series was as good or, like, as well put together after what would be equivalent to the second season. I don't know. I feel like I'm being overly critical. This should work, though. Shut up, Windows Update. Oh yeah, I should mention with the schedule, because it's a bit fucking sporadic. So tomorrow is a day off because I have a doctor's appointment. And then, the rest of the week is kind of like very loose. and what's going to be done with it, because I don't know when I'm going to be getting... when I'm going to be getting my cards to do the unboxing for Magic. So, think of it like this. Every day off, aside from tomorrow, and aside from the second to last one, I believe, is or like every stream that's not those 2 days, or like on those 2 days, is subject to be changed to the unboxing stream. However, the reason why, again, so tomorrow is a day off because I expect that I'm going to be busy tonight and I'm got a doctor's appointment tomorrow. And then the other one is the collab stream with Yawa, where I'll just be on her stream. Where we get to just do dumb RV stuff. Every other day is potentially the Magic one, and every game-orientated stream is going to be villainous until we're done. I'm just putting, I think it was Misc Games is what I've put it as. For now, under the potential that I beat the game in one stream, not guaranteed on that, but also because like there's a couple of games I would like to give a shot on stream for at least a little bit to see whether or not they function well, and whether or not I can give them like a full day or not. Because like I said before, I'd love to play like Monster Train 2 on stream, just because I enjoy the game and I would like to take the opportunity to kind of sit there and analyze it some bits and such. Have I written this wrong? Doesn't appear that I have, but... I guess I need to manually write it in, is what I've been doing on the other ones. Try that. But yeah. Yeah, it's brought up a bit of a point that I would like to sort out at some point. Putting in a mild delay lock so you don't just like press a button and it holds it. But we do have the ability for this to display, the ability for it to hover over. So now I'm just going to put in the most basic part of the code, which will be room go to RM lobby. I fully expect crashes from this, because I don't think I've got as much network coverage, or like system coverage for things getting cancelled out by a room change as I could have. I might be wrong on that, because I know a lot gets clean sweeped more than I expect, because of the way that the multiplayer is working. Okay, too much is getting swept. Gotta look into seeing how to better approach that. How do I handle the portal? Shouldn't this reset the room, though? My assumption is that go-to starts the room from the ground up. Am I wrong? You go to any room in your game project, whether created using code or an asset browser. You supply the room index. Note that the room will not change until the end of the event when the function is called. So any code that after this is being called will still run in the same event. This function will also trigger the room end event. Alright. I feel like I'm being dumb. Let's try that again, because I just want to see. Because the only persistent object is the game manager. You're dumb. Him on an enemy projectile that gives you a debuff that halves max HP. Fuck no. I'm all good with fucking doing a debuff on a projectile. That's something that's already in the works. Halves max HP? Fucking why? Sounds like an awful experience. Like, how about I ask a question, right? So, do you want that to be a lingering effect? And if you do, how long do you want it to linger? That's my immediate question. Maybe 3 to 5 seconds. So you want a player to take 50% health damage for 3 to 5 seconds on a projectile that I am assuming you're probably wanting to fire less often than that? Keeping in mind some characters scale off max health, right? Like, I guess my question is, do you want it to reserve the max health or actually reduce the max health? Because that's where I'll immediately ask the question. Because there's a massive difference in argument of reserving it and like physically halving the max current. Mainly because there is a code problem with that where if I say want to halve the current total max health, then I have to add a subsection debuffs thing to specifically for that niche case. If you think I'm kidding, I'm not. Because what I would need to do is I would need to give the max health. I would then have to, because keep in mind there is already 2 levels of how health is calculated to. There's the base HP, and then there's percentage modifiers. Now, percentage modifiers are added on top as a factor of basically, if the character would gain 10% health, then they get their flat bonus calculated, guaranteed, and then they get the percentage on top of that. And it's calculated at the end of every time this calculation would be done, which is basically every frame. It's not a very heavy calculation, it's literally just add fucking whatever this together, and you're done. It's a multiplier. What you're suggesting requires me to do that calculation and then add on top of that calculation an outstanding calculation for this case scenario. Now, I already have stuff that are niche case scenarios that require an individual calculation as it is, so it's not like it's extremely abnormal. But you have to understand where my like question of the value of that comes in. Because that could just shut a character down completely and be a unpleasant experience. That's why I say reserving the health would be more interesting in my eyes. Because I already have the intention to add in reserve health mechanics. So to explain reserved health, by the way, I think Path of Exile did it kind of the best. If you've ever played Path of Exile or like Diablo or anything like that, where it's like, equipping this thing means that 30% of your max mana is reserved. It means you cannot use that, and it is taken up in your, like, orb. Is like a section of it is just literally blocked out. The idea behind that is that it's reserved. It's no longer usable, but it is there. So it's not reducing your max total. So if you had a scaling value based on your max value, that's not reduced in any way. It's just your usable amount is reduced. The reserving sounds good. Does what I had in mind when I had the suggestion? Yeah. Star Rail actually introduced something like this in its second major expansion cycle, which was basically enemies would debuff your units with a bit of a bar area where your max health wasn't affected, but you could no longer heal past this value, right? So what would end up happening is, if I can pull up paint to kind of just draw it really quickly. It'd be like, so this is your health bar. In total, right? Say you've got 6,000 health. What it would do is it would basically create a zone that is like sketched out like this. And you'd still have 6,000 health, but you're at 3,000 when you're at your maximum healed amount. When you would gain life, it would just stop at this point here. And it couldn't go any further. It was grayed out. Kind of, yeah. Because I already have something like that for Mel, if I correctly remember, is that she's supposed to have reserved health. So what I will probably end up having is a reserved health value that I could just tap into for that. Now, when would I do this? This would probably be a boss mechanic. Very unlikely to be anything less than an elite enemy. And it would pretty much be only one spawns at a time, right? How does this work? But no, I could do something like that for a boss. It would probably be a hard boss though, not a normal boss. Because that seems like a very painful mechanic to have to fight. Because keep in mind, so there's a calculation that needs to be kind of considered whenever you deal with health values like this. Oh boy, interesting. But there's a calculation that needs to be considered whenever you do this, right? Which is, okay. That's what I expected. let's see. Hey, Sarah, how's it going? Though, I thought we once in a while projectile to look out for. Not a run ender, but definitely nuisance. Boss fits perfectly. Yeah, like, that's kind of the problem with a lot of those sort of systems. You have to be really, really careful. Does this work? Trying to improve my game concept right now. I thought got in just got into game deving. Oh, nice. Tis a fun endeavor sometimes. Admittedly, there is also pain, but it is what it is. I need to fix that. All right. Okay, so that doesn't look like that's gonna work. Don't think I can just set it to end the thing. Because create, start. So I'm assuming there's not just an end. It's fired when the client wants to stop the game. Okay. Do you want to check the concept out? I can have a squiz. Can't give you any guaranteed pointers or anything. But you wouldn't be the first or the last person to probably come to me to ask for advice on it. It's a link if you don't mind me posting in chat. I don't know if you can post links in chat at the moment. If you can, go for it, but I think it might flag you. Worst comes to worst, I'll just grab the link myself off the chat blocking it. I can open it up. Give it a shot. The chat won't do anything to you properly other than like it might just auto-mod the message away. I can still see it though. But not, I could give you TLDR. That also might help. Give me the elevator pitch. Okay, so this isn't gonna work like that, which is not surprising. There we go. The stream has a ton of delay. Shouldn't do. So at least it's not on my end. I know Twitch has some mean delay sometimes. Just because I can only output at like a fairly excessively high quality level. Yeah, 1080, 60 FPS. It's literally the only way I can output to it. YouTube normally handles a lot of those things better. Yeah, I think it's a Twitch thing, not my thing, sadly. So I can't do much about it. So what is the thing I need to resolve this issue? How do I fix this problem? Because it seems the instances that I had before aren't being reconstructed correctly on the room change. It's probably just because the player isn't spawning. Like, at all. Let's see. Let's see how this looks. If it doesn't turn up at all, but it turns up on the other two, then I know what the answer is. Right, player spawned. Player spawned. No player spawned. Yeah, okay. So that tells me everything I need to know. I wonder. Is room duplicate what I'm looking for this? So I think room duplicate returns a room ID. Duplicate's given room and returns the duplicate's index to be used in all further calls to reference the room. Okay, no, then that doesn't seem to want to work the way I want it to. Okay, let's just do, see what happens when we do this. Karaoke suggestions open. They're kind of always open. It's probably just best to flick them my way separate to stream, because I'm not gonna probably be able to look them up or remember them off stream. Or like until I look at them later on stream, off stream. Yeah, words. It's easier for me to look at them later off of stream. That's the words that I want to put together. But that doesn't solve my problem either. I wonder. Do this. For some reason, I thought you didn't take anymore. Probably misremembering you saying that you're not taking any students for the last one. Yeah, it's typically that's the case. Is I will say, hey, this is like the cutoff point for this amount of ones for this one, right? I try and do it that way. You wonder? Do you wander too? I do wander from time to time. Oh, whoops. I dragged the wrong one to the thing. It wasn't test play I wanted, it was a room start. I need you on the top. I dabble. I dibble and I dabble. And I jiggle and I jaggle. Okay. Curious. Okay. Juggle them moves. Fuck yeah. Get info. Is get info what I need? So I'm looking for, like, room parenting information. Room info. That's duplicate. We're looking for. That's room restart. That's room go to. Yeah. Gets you information on a room from storage and returns it as a struck. You can choose to exclude information through the given argument. Alright, did I send you the move counter in case thing? Check them out or something? I had a squiz, yeah. I gave them a squiz. I'll see what we can do towards them. Whether I can sneak the time in for them or not is up for debate, but nothing more than that. I think. Okay, I don't think I can pull the info I want of that. Okay, so I can't just get that information without doing some really weird shit. Okay. So... for now... I'm gonna do this differently. We're going to be very reliant on specifically writing it as test play instead. Which I think I do in, yeah, in the player most of the time. Yeah, let's see how this goes. All up to you. You don't have to do them on stream. I'll definitely just, it's that thing of like, I will be non-committal because I don't know how much time I have and I have so many fucking things at this point that like people want me to play or check out on stream and I don't have much time in my own time. So typically it is things get pushed to on stream. Still doesn't fucking work. Why? What's so different about going to the game room then going back to the other room. I actually don't get it. Why am I unable to create a player in a repeated lobby with rollback? Ha, clap, ha. What is the difference? Because it's the players not spawning when we return. That is what the issue is. You didn't have to destroy my confidence. Like, sorry, it is also like an argumentative thing of I'm currently dealing with a very complex issue that systemically changes potentially the whole game and how it's designed. Because I have to do a fuckload of work now for this. Like, what is different about it? Why does going to that room re-trigger, but going to a copied room not? Is it because it's in a draw event? Really hide in a corner and play Pokemon on a Game Boy? Fuck yeah. That sounds tempting though. Okay. What if I... Then... How do you transport the player with the enemies? That's the thing, I don't. What happens is that, with each room that I enter normally, the player is reconstructed from the fucking ground up. And that's not a joke, by the way. That was the issue we had to resolve the other time. Was that going between the lobby and the play zone, the player is deleted and remade. So now I have to figure out a way to redo that. I'm concerned that it's because I'm trying to run it via a draw event, that it's not running all of the things that it needs to do, because it doesn't have the permissions, but it's not telling it it got the permissions. That's good. So I think that's the case. Do you have to do that every time? Pretty much, because of the way that the multiplayer objecting works. If I try and make a player persistent, if it sticks around and then it duplicates, I'm manually making sure that the player doesn't duplicate over, because it's dangerous that way. So it's one of two things I do. It's either I make the player persistent, and then I have to do a bunch of deleting checks, and then I have to add a shitload of fucking checks to compensate for that from now on, or I try and figure out why it's not triggering a recreate event and figure that out and see if there's a way to compensate for that. I'm preferring that latter option. So right now my intention is to see if it is as simple as, like, I don't know, I'm running it in the wrong location. That's rough. Why is it not the case of copy and paste? I'd assume you could do that, because I'm not copy and pasting anything. There is nothing that's being done to cause that event to occur. Okay, so that's moving in the direction I expected it to. Remember to water, by the way? That's a good point. Because I should be able to. Okay, so we've got this here. So then we go to O player, and then we have on step event. Probably before the section here, before that section down there, I should say here. If bloody. dot lobby return then game manager dot lobby return equals true. See if we can get that to function. So welcome to the annoying part of permissions and locations. I can't change variables as easily external, like outside of the drawer event within the drawer event. That is why I'm concerned that it's because I'm firing the room change from the drawer event that the functions aren't triggering correctly. So I'm having to make a bit of a fucking convoluted, whatchamacallit, to try and see if that was the problem. Congratulations, I fixed the problem. It was exactly what I thought it was. It was just the most roundabout, way to get it. Okay, so it was the case of permission problems. That solves a lot for me. Theoretically, there's probably a cleaner way to do what I'm doing here, but ugh, I can't be asked. There we go. Ah! Hi, Justin. How's it going? Scared ya? Exactly. Alright, so now that we've got that set up, we have a way to leave the lobby space and re-enter the lobby space. So we have the way to go into the game room, go back from the game room back to the lobby. There we go. That's resolved. So now we just need to set up the UI tick timer thing. So now we need to set up the input lockout. So I would like to set up an architecture for this because, I think that would just work out better. So I'm trying to think how I want to handle the architecture for it. Yippee? Yes, yippee. It seems like a really basic thing, but that's something that's gonna long-term help us out a lot. What do I do? What do I do? Because, like, I can hijack off the cooldown system, technically. Actually, does the cooldown system run if it's in... So, yes, it does, but not some of it. Okay, cool, that's fine. You ever need voice actor? I'm here and I don't accept no money. That is tempting. That is tempting. But this game doesn't need voice acting, sadly. Maybe a game in the future, though. To be fair, I also do my own voice acting most of the time, for funnies. One day I'd actually like to use the training that I did for voice acting. It's really tragic when you did it, when I've done a course in it, and I've just never used it. It's just still just a thing that I have, just sitting there. A strange skill that I just have available. So I can hijack the cooldown thing. Oh no, I do actually check it for playtest thing. Okay, so I might need to do it somewhere else. Give me a mind. No, I will. Thank you for the offer, though. I feel like it's a cooldown that I need to stretch to the thing. I'm pretty sure the game manager... Does the game manager have cooldown ticking all the time? No. Okay. I mean, there's a couple of cheat ways to do it. Which is, based on input variable, have a tick down timer. Right? I'm curious, is there a way to find the list of rollback inputs? The different inputs. Let's have a look-see. No, that's right. Rollback doesn't fucking turn up on the damn thing. Rollback system. They need to, like, change where that's getting sent to, because it's really starting to get annoying. That's define player. Defining inputs. I want to see if there's a way to find the list of inputs, right? Because it should just be, so it's rollback, get input, gets the whole list. It gets the variables. I don't want to get mock input. Those are the default givens. That's actually kind of important. I might need to look at those. Fine. Check pressed. Oh, interesting. It checks back end of it. Oh, that might actually solve my problem. Let's see if this solves it. It's defined by using the check, which gets if the key is held or not. Default or custom. You can get variants that use check, press, or check released, and the equivalent functions for mouse input. These are added with the suffix thing. Still looks like it's not doing what I want it to. Because I thought pressed was if a key has been pressed or not. I'm gonna return true if the step the key is pressed down. It's because I'm grabbing the list constantly, isn't it? Maybe? What if I make it as a released? I want to see what happens if we change it to released. Because that will probably give us the most evidence as to whether this is working the way I want it to or not. Yeah. Alright, let's try that. Alright, no, that seems to function exactly the same. I don't think it's actually taking the suffix thing into consideration like it's saying it would. I mean, it's a really, really fucking messed up way to do it, right? Which is, pressed. Escape. Do that. And then we go to the escape thing. Input thing. And then it's escape pressed equals true. And escape held as thing. And then if escape pressed actually, I don't even need the hell, do I? No, I do need the held. Okay, and then else if not input dot escape. A car to slip on wet asphalt and almost hit a signpost. Jesus, Clap, you alright? Alright. This should function the way I want it to. This is like the cheesy way to solve this problem from memory. I should just do it. Hard drop for a second because I thought the car repair cost, but then it's memory or treasure. Fair. Cool, there we go. Now it toggles it correctly. Oh, so this is actually a really easy one to explain, and I fucking hate it. Basically, if the input is true and it's not being currently held, set its press to be true. If its press is true, its press is then set to false and it is being held, and then I activate the thing for when it gets pressed. Then what we check for is when the input is not being inputted, so when the key is no longer being pressed, we set everything else to false again, so it can be repressed. So we no longer have a flickery UI. This is kind of the style I would like to set up, like I said, as a structure thing. Because there's more buttons that a player's gonna press than just these. And I would like to do something similar. This means that technically speaking, the game has a good consistent loop. There is no break internal to the game outside of exiting the full game itself. Where you are uninterrupted in your actions that you can take. That is the bare minimum requirement for a game. we have a honk button. Maybe. We might even have a honk weapon. I don't fucking know. Probably a honk weapon, knowing all things, right? Like Goose Honk or something? You gave me an idea for something. I need to put a note down. There we go. I wrote something down. I also only found that XD is a Polish way to laugh. Basically, no other Polish people use it, apparently. I mean, based on what I was told by Devil, Polish people don't know how to smile either. This is when I make a joke of, Chad, is that true? Chad, is that true? Chad, is that? Chat. Dang, I'm not Polish by blood, hell yeah. Got my Asian sadness, hell yeah. Make sure you get them good fucking scores, because you're an Asian, not a Asian. I don't know, that's one of the jokes that I love and I hate it, because I have genuinely lived and met friends. But, so I'll talk about this a little bit. So when I was younger, a couple of my friends were, refugees or immigrants, right? And one of my best mates was from, I'm trying to remember exactly where in China he was from. I apologize, I can't remember at the moment. But it was really kind of surreal because, like, I was surrounded by, like, memes. And so was he, of, like, the Asian or Bijan sort of thing, of, like, all this. I went over to his place one time, and he's like, hey, I would love to hang out with you right now, I'll be with you in like 10, 20 minutes. I need to finish my piano lesson that my dad's making me do. I sit off to the side and his dad actually fucking hits him every time he gets something wrong. We go up the stairs and he's like, yeah, so you know those jokes you hear about Asian families? And I'm like, I'm not saying a word. He's like, you don't need to, bud, because I'm saying it. I'm like, God damn it. So yeah, no, I legitimately saw that shit. It was wild to me. And legitimately, by the way, he was being told constantly, you need to become a doctor. And I'm like, this is a level of stereotyping I feel insulting to even witness. Like, this seems wrong. And he's like, I know, what the fuck? I actually don't know what happened to him. I haven't talked to him in like 10 years. 10 years? Been longer than that now, actually. I think. Yeah. Fuck. But yeah, no, that threw me through a fucking loop. That it's like, just genuinely, I knew the most atypical stereotype, Asian family when I was younger, and it was... What's ruined it for me for the rest of my life is that, like, this is why when I look at stereotypes, I'm like, there's a level of truth to these that you only really come to understand when you interact with a stereotype. And you're like, ah, shit, it's actually just real. His dad was a fairly cool guy, though. He's a professional doctor and accountant, plays 73 instruments, is working on getting his 6th PhD, probably. Knowing him, there's even, like, a level of that's not probably far off. No, knowing him, he's probably is actually gone down doctoring. Like, being a medical doctor. Do you want to know, okay, this is one of those parts where it's like, this is a bit rough. Do you know why I was even allowed to actually come over to his house regularly and, like, hang out as friends? It's because I would beat him on, the, like, exams and shit like that. Like, when we got report cards, the first thing he did was he would ask, like, a couple of other parents, what was your kid's, results, right? And consistently, I was, 99% of the time, I was, above this guy in... results. So, and I'm like getting let to leave classes because I'm going and working on like art stuff for galleries. I'm also part of the like fucking choir, not choir, the band basically. Not what is the word for like the big collection of people doing the instruments? I was always like guitar or piano in that. When he wasn't doing the piano for it, I was doing the piano for it, because he was better at piano than me by a long shot. He practiced regularly. Yeah, I'm actually blanking on the word for it. But yeah, no, I was only really allowed to come over and hang out with him because, I was doing so much better than him, and the assumption he made, and he said this to me a few times as well, but fuck that, was that I came over to always study with him. And we would study. We did study sometimes, but like 90% of the time, like most of the time, we fucking were pissing around playing games. Because I was like the opportunity to, like, him to bring me to his room to close the door saying we were studying so we could go play games. And because his room was upstairs and his dad never fucking came upstairs unless, especially while I was there, he never came upstairs, we were able to just play, like, games on the TV in his room. That, we may or may not have snuck up there. So yeah, no, it's, like, it's shit like that it's just wild to me. I still remember going around to one of his birthdays when he was like, I think 10 or 12. And like, there was only the top kids in the school or in the region, and I'm not kidding with that, allowed to his birthday. And basically, I brought him 2 birthday presents. One was like a book of notes that I wrote, going like, hey, here's some study material that we can work on. I gave that to him, and then I was just like, oh, by the way, and I whispered to him, you want to go check my bag and take it up to your room? And it was like a couple of games that I bought for him. Well, it's a couple of games that I had obtained to give to him. We'll leave it at that. Sure, it's grateful to you. I don't, maybe not, I don't know. But like, it was definitely one of those things that I found mildly entertaining to think about, because it's just like, it's so... That, yeah, like, the more I think about it, the more I'm like, what the fuck? I'm trying to even remember what games I got him. Nah, I can't fucking remember. I think, one of them might have been a Star Wars Lego game, I'm pretty sure. And I got it for a PlayStation 2. Are you admitting to crime? I would never admit to crime. I've never committed a crime in my life. As has everyone I know, I've never met someone that has ever committed a crime in their life. Anyway. But yeah, no, it's kind of funny to think about that. Damn. I hope he's doing well now. I know he moved out of his folks' place, but I know he's like in very close contact with them, because the last time I talked to his father. Malith lied as naturally as he breathes. The man lies as naturally as he breathes. It's almost too easy for him. As if it should be concerning. To be fair, this was not the only friend that I would go around to play games at. Like, I've talked about the story of the high school teacher in my neighborhood, right? Might not have, actually. Okay, so I've talked about my neighborhood being, like, really fucked up and, like, full of drug dealers and shit like that. So technically that's true, technically that's not the full story of it, right? So I lived in a tiny little cul-de-sac off of a really bad street. Our street wasn't too bad, but it was like, I think it was about 10 houses total. And most of the people there were pretty chill. We would be able to like hang out fairly consistently. All the kids kind of played and everything like that, right? It was very community, like very much like a community village, almost down that street. The moment you left that street though, leave that cul-de-sac, that little bit, you immediately go into like, you should not be out here, right? Like, go a full block down, and there is, like, a bunch of ex-state houses, which are basically houses that were built by the state at one point in time, and now are owned privately or by whatever, and they were just... Those buildings have been torn down because they were so, like, riddled with drugs and everything, right? They were, yeah. And they've been only torn down in the last, like, 10 years. Pointers. Anyway, so one of the people in my neighborhood where I grew up was a high school teacher at one of the local high schools. This is, again, keep in mind, I've known this guy since like before I was even in school. He was across the road from me a little bit. I would go over and he had a laptop for work, and I would play I would play games over at his place, either on his PC, on his consoles, or... Like, that's how I think I got a PlayStation 2, is because it was the time when he bought a PS3, and he was like, hey, I don't need this PS2 anymore, do you want it? That's how I still own that PS2 as well. That's the fat boy that I have. Which was years later, right? Point is, he is the guy that got me into, like, proper gaming outside of, like, Game Boy Advance stuff. For example, World of Warcraft, well, Warcraft games, but, Warcraft games, World of Warcraft, and, Command and Conquer. And Homeworld. Homeworld? Yeah, Homeworld. Those are the games that he got me into. He played a lot of strategy games, and and basically because he played them, I played them. Which did lead to some funny moments where we got to the point where it was very clearly I had gotten better than him, so he'd move on to a new game, because he's like, I kind of don't want to play this. So, even as a single-digit kid, I'm playing some of these games beating a fucking high school teacher. That, straight up, by the way, he would play these games at school. I fucking love that guy, he was great. It was really fucked up, though. I think I told part of this story. Is that I went back to that area, like, a good fair few years ago now. And it just happened to be during a time where a lot of those, some of those people got back together in that area, and, like, were doing a big party, and that guy was there, and his daughter was there, and, his oldest daughter, specifically. His oldest daughter was, like, I think, 12 at the time. And it fucked me up because I had known them since before they even had kids, right? I had witnessed these kids growing up. And I turned up and we were chatting, and the girl comes over, the daughter comes over and goes, "Hey Dad, who's this?" And he goes, "Oh, this is the guy that, like, this is the kid that would always come around to our place." She's like, "I don't remember him." And I had a fucking, like, almost crash out moment in that split second. He noticed it too. He was just like, he's like, no, it's all good. I get that you were definitely on the younger side, but no, he was basically equivalent to your big brother for a long time. And tried to, like, make her realize, you gotta be careful with what you say. This man's gonna fucking cry. And that fucked me up, man. That fucked me up. That was probably one of the harshest moments to me ever experiencing, like, you meet a kid that you saw, like, since they were not even 1 year old. And then there's like, oh, they're in their teens now, and it's like, I'm sorry? Who let that happen? Oh, fuck, she's probably able to vote now. Oh, no. Oh, Jesus, she's actually, yeah, I think she's like 18 now, or 18, 19. Oh, God. Oh, I don't think I'm gonna survive, man. Oh, that's fucked me up a little bit, actually. Oh, shit. You're old, yeah. Oh, that's fucked me up. It's trying to de-escalate the situation so you wouldn't jump onto the nearest train. It's actually pretty accurate. I'm pretty sure like, again, it's one of those things where it's, like, we all understand that moment, that jarring moment of, like, that age bracketing thing. But, like, that moment fucked me up, and I think he immediately recognized it. Going like, oh. Hey, dealer, how's it going? Is this, no, this is not JavaScript. This is, GameMaker's in-house code, GML, which is based off C and C and C++. C++. I think it's, yeah, it's mainly C, C++. I know it's fully C under the hood, but we don't code in C, we code in their, inherent language. If it was JS, then I would be pulling my hair out at this point with some of the problems I've had. Dude, I think I'm gonna actually spin out one of these days on, like, some of these kids that I know. I love how everyone comes together and hates on JS because it's fucking bad. And don't get me wrong, can I code in JS? Yes, I can, and that's why I don't. Because I actively make a choice not to do that. I don't hate myself that much. To be fair, we all clown on HTML now as well, because nobody fucking uses it. Poor HTML, man. It's been a long, long time since that got used. Actually, what even is used for websites nowadays? I haven't paid attention. Like, the last time I heard it was HTML5, but I know that they changed from it, right? If you told me it's fucking Python now, I'm gonna actually cry. I remember when I was considered the weird person for trying to learn Python, because nobody wants to learn Python. It's not the thing. Wait, did you say that she's like 18, 19? Damn, what the fuck? She's like my age? Yeah! Clap, please understand how rough it is for me sometimes. I actually think she might be older. I'm not gonna try and do the math out, because I don't want to make myself more depressed. I know at minimum she's like in, just before 20s. She might be in her 20s. I would have to think back more than I'd like to. Nah, still 5? Ah, okay. 5 has been used for a long time then. They've just... I guess it doesn't really need an update outside of it, because it doesn't get used often enough. Ew. Clap, you need to understand how I feel with that, right? As well, right? Like, you gotta understand. It's rough knowing kids that, like, it's, yeah, no, it's, as I said, it's rough knowing a kid that's, like, straight up, this kid is growing up. I knew you before you were even, like, able to speak. And now you are able to vote. What the fuck happened? We're gonna have a guy who has a granddaughter at the age of, like, 22. Bruh. What the hell? Is there any other changes that I feel like I need to make to the just core general systems? No, I think it is just updating the values. Caramelized onions for pizza? Mouth, are you okay? I don't think I'm ever truly okay, right? I just keep getting older, man. Keep getting more depressed. With age comes wisdom, and with wisdom comes depression. There you go. Caramelized onions? Wait, do you not know what a caramelized onion is? Said his favorite shooting exercise was sugar. Sugar, yeah. Not with actual caramel. Yeah, it's the process is called caramelization. It's when you cook it to a point where its sweetness comes out the most. Onions are very easy to caramelize. You just get them to a slightly brown tinge and you're done. I don't know what most things are. I don't know, I guess that's also the aspect of you talking to someone that got trained to be, like, a cook. So the idea I don't know it. Let's see. I know what the process of caramelizing is, I just didn't connect the dots. Ah, I see. So you're... no. No one said you're stupid, Clap. Come on. Don't do that to you. I said it? Wait. I'm insulting you all the whole time. That's fair. Like how both Devil and I said we were just saying it all the time. Hell yeah. The Polish people rising up. Wait a minute, I don't know if I like that actually. We believe in you. Nah, I'm good. By the way, info from Malith, what we said in our language is misspelled on purpose for the comedic effect because it's a meme. I see. I will appear like I understand. Yes. Wonder. Alright. Oh, I need to decide what fucking anime I need to watch next, right? I guess Dandadan was the current list. What are my 4 slices? Sorry, what? That's not the question I expected to ever say. I don't know off the top of my head. I haven't measured them in a hot minute. Admittedly, I don't measure a lot of things very often, so, you know. Where are the locations of the 4 sizes? I could probably measure them right now if we could. I think I've got a measuring tape for it. Like a clothing one, specifically. There we go. My measurement is 185 tall and 130 kg heavy. Damn. You are both taller and heavier than I. I am... I'm like 179 or 181 tall. Something like that. And then I am probably under 100 kgs right now. My assumption would probably be like 80. I don't tend to weigh too much because I don't tend to actively put on my muscle. And the moment I put on muscle, I go fucking massive. Okay. How to measure... Measure 3 sizes. Okay. Right, I need to take my thing off. Okay, so to measure the bust, wrap the tape measure around the fullest part of your bust. So it's like where the nipples are, pretty much. Right. Ooh, that's cold. Like 41 inches. Let's say that's like, okay, so we'll say 105. 105 for the bust. How big that dick be? Wait, so let's write these down quickly. So bust 105. The waist. Find your natural waist by bending to the side. Oh, I have to stand up? Ah, fuck this. Okay. Around the narrowest part of your waist. I would assume here. Right? I feel like I need an image. So, okay. It's like the halfway point here. I'll go with... waist is 94. And then hip is what? I assume it's probably the widest part of your hip. The fullest part of your hips and rear. Okay, so I got my ass. Oh, damn. I got a dumpy. I forgot about that. Bruh. Bruh. There you go. That's my 3 sizes. My music just ran out too. Give me a sec. You'll do. Okay, that's what I could quick measure. Get to know all about my body. Like a B cup though, it's just really funny. So what's like average 3 sizes? I want to see this now. Oh, I'm over the average by a good bit. Who's surprised? I'm not even over the average that far? What the fuck? It's specifically the waist that I'm over it a fair bit. Dude, I got a fat dumpy and big tits, but I got a hell of a fat waist too. Fear my big dumpy, man. Fear my big... My dumpy's bigger than my fucking bust. I got that ass. To be fair, according to this, the average measurement stuff, I am taller than the average woman and a little bit heavier. So it does make sense that I'm, like, a little bit bigger than the average woman. Because the average approximate, apparently, is 90, 60, and 90 centimeters. That kind of range. The average sort of figure. According to this, anyway. It's a variant on region, admittedly, though. But, you know, that's not too surprising. Brother, suffer from my gigantic tits. So I'm considered, like, an extra large woman? Roughly? Large, extra large? That's about right. That makes sense. There you go, chat. You learnt my 3 sizes today. You learnt more about me than I knew about myself. That was a very strange tangent. Wait, so do I use that measurement to figure out my bra size, right? Bra size calculator. Wait, I'm just curious to know this right now. Okay, so bust size is the tip part, I need the band size as well. The band size is under the boob. So, we need... What is my under boob size? It's 100, so it's like 5 centimeters less. So it was 105 to 100 as band size. Calculate. I'm an A or a B cup. There you go. I'm an A cup according to New Zealand. Still bigger than Noxie. Do not send her that clip. I'm actually gonna die. No clap, please. Don't tell her that I'm a B or an A. I'll get nervous. She'll get jealous of my tits. I need to not say anything anymore because I'm gonna get fucking beaten up. Anyway. Moving on. She's at work, don't harass her, guys, come on. It's gonna be my argument. Santa Clever Painter in Discord. Oh, you fucking did it, did you? God damn it. This is exactly what I think it is. To 100 as band size. Calculate. I'm an A or a B cup. There you go. I'm an A cup according to New Zealand. Still bigger than Noxie. Do not send her that clip. I'm actually gonna die. Yeah, I'm in trouble, eh? I did not say things, huh? I need to be careful. Clip got it from the YouTube site. I'm getting fucking destroyed from all angles. It's not even fun this time. God damn it. Stupid. You ever remember those moments where, like, you're told, hey, you need to learn how to have a filter and, like, be better at, not saying things sometimes and be smart, like, all that? Yeah, I fucking clearly never learnt that lesson, eh? Today was a fruitful harvest. Fucking goddamn it. Well, at least I know my measurements, so when I go to buy, I mean, no, I wouldn't buy any outfits for stream. Upon your guys' dumb requests sometimes. It's not like I'm planning something in the future for funnies. Potentially. God, my brain's just also still fucked now. Dude, I love... so, I believe the League of Legends, esports have wrapped up at the moment, right? And I fucking love that Fake has won again. My man just keeps taking them W's. Maid, butler, Japanese female swimsuit. Okay, probably not that one. Schoolgirl outfit, laundry. I mean, what? Look, I stand by. There is a reason why we don't have a throne thing set up. Right? Because I know you motherfuckers would buy me the dumbest fucking outfits. And you know what's worse? So I would fucking wear them. There would be no true hesitation. I would open that shit up and I'd be like, I gotta see how this fits. Would get you 50 cinder bricks. That's also very possible. Sorry, I am a little distracted on a couple of things right now. Just sorting some stuff out for the week. Dude, has Faker been playing for 12 years? Jesus Christ. By the way, my sister came up to me and just told me that I had a white hair strand. Thanks. I stand by. I don't have white hairs. As long as I see them, because they get fucking pulled the fuck out the moment I see them. Yes, I know I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow. You don't need to fucking remind me every 5 minutes. Jesus Christ. Is there a badge of honor? Nah, I just don't want to be reminded how fucking old I am. Not older, require help I'm not getting. That's fair. Wait, she did another fucking model? Juniper, stop! Oh, that model's sick. Alright. Alright, there we go. I guess I just need to go through this list like I said I was going to. Wait. This isn't... Is this how I'm doing this? Oh. I don't think that's right. Is that... I need to look this up again. Because this indicates to me that this is a trigger that occurs whenever I would level up. This isn't supposed to be whenever I level up, it's whenever I level up this ability. Yeah, she went live with a new model yesterday. Oh, god damn it. Alright, well, I gotta figure something out for that. I honestly, I'm gonna have to make a cutoff at some point with Juniper models, because I've already had to skip a couple just because they're so similar to other ones she's done. But, like, goddamn, there's only so many, like, things I can do for her models to make them, like, an interesting, unique mechanic, right? That's why I'm thinking I'm probably gonna cut off at that previous one where she's, like, full-blown, eldritch, like, Bloodborne boss, in her natural way. Just to basically make it that the storytelling of the models is that it's like she's evolving up, and then that form is she's permanently got her alt's effects. That was the idea, and using her alt instead just gives her an amplification. Because that was the idea, was that her item gets more levels based on her being Juniper, and leveling up changes her models, and then she gets, like, her final one is you get her alt, like, pseudo-permanently. Or at least a weaker version of it. As a mildly interesting attempt at it. reminds me I need to post that somewhere. God, it's been a while since I've done this setup. Let's see. I've been lurking for a while and just kind of missed the part where you were measuring your underboob, Sag. Don't worry about it. We were doing my 3 measurements and then we measured to see what bra size I would be. Very normal things to do. But yeah, how's it going, Sweeb? Hopes all wells. Hopes all's wells. Yes. Me's words good, very. Then we signed your death sentence, you really did. I was in a call with a friend for his birthday talking about important things. So what about your bra size? We found out that I'm like an A or a B, most likely an A in New Zealand terms. But my 3 sizes that we found were bust is 105, waist is 94, and hips are 106. So I've got apparently a really fucking fat dumpy. I need to clearly work on my waist though, if I want to get to that hourglass figure. I sound so enthusiastic at that idea, right? Ah, yes, the important things, like that. Yeah, so I was right. This is the wrong way to do it. Oh no, that's right. I can't trigger this off the thing because it's on a draw event, right? Is the issue we're having? There we go. Not fat, childbearing hips, they say. God, please do. Can you... Childbearing hips, you say? Worry not about my childbearing hips. I'll show you how they work. I'm surprised you only wanted to know my 3 sizes, Clap. Not, like, other sizes. Don't repeat it, please. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, that's so good. I distinctly said 4 sizes. Oh, so you want to know the last one then? I mean, that one, I'm pretty sure I can measure just off the top of my head, right? It's like... But yeah, that's what I thought it was. I know Shippy wanted to know how big it was. Don't say it. I gotta leave some mystery. Look, even I gotta be a tease sometimes. Even if you ask, I gotta leave it up for a bit of mystery. My 3 sizes are fine. That's reasonable to ask. You've fucking seen what I look like. But that last size, that's the size that you're gonna have to wait and find out. No. It's the size that you don't get to know. Sorry. No, very upsetting. How much? Don't you dare think that I will put a price on my dick measurement. What a fucking fucking sentence to say. Me doing lewd and dumb shit, there's a price range for that. My dick size, priceless. Oh, that is one of the dumbest things to say. I tried, guys. You did try. I'll give you some credit. Alright, I have a loose question for y'all. Right. I have a question for y'all. Based on the UI that we have so far, but based on the UI that we've kind of loosely got so far, where would you like to see the information of your passive, your ability, and the sub-ability that you get from your assist? Keeping in mind that the sides of the health orb are going to have the EX and the assist bars on them. And then the top of the EXP bar is going to be where the, like, your teammates are going to be displayed. And keep in mind, I can't do it above this because this is going to escalatingly get taller if I must for things. That's more than it should be giving. Do you plan on doing it differently from Vampire Survivors or Holocure? Well, I mean, what you see with the UI right now is kind of the loose layout. I want most of the UI at the bottom of the screen, because it keeps it out of the way visually, and it makes it easy enough for the player to just quickly glance at when they need to, right? It keeps it out of the way enough so you can see. Like, the health orb's probably going to be moved up a little bit. My kind of thought, if I drag this over more. Cool. The values are correct now. So yeah, like looking at this UI that we've got currently, this will probably, like I said, this will probably be larger and move up just a little bit. The sides of it will have kind of like wing-like things, and those will be the bars for your ultimate and your assist. There is a couple of characters that, or things that will modify how many weapons and items you can have, so I can't put it above, because this needs to have the room to be able to move upwards. And then down here's the EXP bar, and above that's going to be where I put, like, player information. So, say, like, this is this character, this is this character, this is this character, so you can see their icon and their health, so you know who you've got as teammates. It's my intention, I might change that, though. So it begs the question, where is those three things going to get displayed? My assumption is, like, I put the, some of that information, like, here, and then maybe one on this side, like the assist, and then its assist, like, ability on this side? Maybe? I don't want to clog up the information too much, though, right? I also want to have room for if I need to have custom UI for each character. If anything, you don't have a, if you don't have a specific reason. I do have a specific reason for where this stuff is. The stuff for, so holocure is the best example for, like, the additional information when it comes to, like, their skills, I believe is what they're called in that. So think of it like this. Skills in that are held behind a UI thing. Like, you have to click your escape menu, you have to go into the escape menu, you have to go into your equipment, or whatever you're currently equipped, and then you can go into a tab that will tell you your skills that you currently have available, or, like, have attached to you, right? You unlocked them. I don't like that, because I would prefer the information to be hoverable in this UI space. Before, what I did was I would put them at the bottom of the stats screen. I'm not sure I like that now, because what that did was it would basically tell me as the player, like, I have to open the escape menu to see it. And keep in mind, like, I would prefer to have as much on the normal UI as possible for these things to hover over, but keep the UI out of the way as much as possible so you don't have to look at it. Does that make sense? So that's why it's a bit of a hard choice for me to where I'm going to pin it. And if you're going to ask about, like, the top of the screen and stuff like that, that's going to be reserved for, like, bosses and shit. Right? Because I want the bosses to be up the top of the screen as a big, like, banner. Oh shit, I just fucking smashed my phone again. Really need to stop punching my phone when I'm moving my hand around sometimes. I wonder if this works better. Wait, what? Remember how serious did game got cancelled? The next day, a streaming campaign at inde also got cancelled for the same reason. And Curse the Shard as well, which made it funny to me. That's rough. That's funny and rough. Oh, I see. That's what I got wrong. I think. Oh. crash. No crash. Okay, so... Why is that happening? I wonder. Gotta sleep. Bye. Catch you later, devil. What's up now? So, I've been noticing something, and I'm curious as to why it's occurring, right? Which is partly the fact of, like, it looks like, almost, that Honey Claude is getting duplicated on each swipe, occasionally. So, like, all the time, I just can't tell because it's, sometimes it's covering. But it looks like it's doing the creation of it twice. And because it's occurring at the exact same time, I'm curious as to why. Like, why could it be doing that? And if it's doing it there, is it potentially doing it in other locations and I'm just unable to tell because of certain aspects? Like, has, technically speaking, every weapon been firing twice for some reason, maybe? Did you try breakpoints already? I'm not sure that's going to answer my question. It would actually be easier to probably run debug messages. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? Just so we don't get filled up too much of the same crap. There, that'll tell me. Because there'll be a slight discrepancy between those 2 points. Ugh. Yeah, no, that's double cast. Okay. Now we have to do something quite widespread. Yeah, no, every weapon is firing twice. Which means that their cooldown is getting dual added. So, I'm gonna add a system for this. And it'll be... I'll need to find Mume to find it. Okay. See if this fixes it. Ah, shit. Let's try that. Should fix that problem. Oh, shit. Yep. No, that was the mistake I made there. I mean, the other one was also a mistake, but this would, that would explain that. That's correct. Okay. Let's see if this works now. Should work. Okay. This should be returning a -1 on fail. -1 if nothing was found. Okay. Okay. So this has probably been a long-standing issue for a long time, so this has probably thrown off my balancing radar as well. Oh, whoops. Yeah, it's just failing. Why is it able to fail then? Looks like this one's going to take a lot of your time. It really will. Because this means it's a systemic issue that I've not handled for a very long time. And it means that it's just going to... It's cascaded, basically. So now it's going to be really hard to find exactly where the issue lies and the best way to find it. It's clearly the leveling. I assume it's when I add the object, which is on creation. If the level is 0, skill push. But the difference is that it should be just doing that then. I honestly don't think that part matters. Because it would just be, you can do array, instead of array insert, just do array push. But now I'm gonna take another approach then. So there should be a redundancy factor. That should mean that it runs, but it will replace. And it means that at worst comes to worst, we can run this for now, and we can try and do a cleanup later. What? I see. I'm sure we can understand that this is definitely not as intentional, but this does look really fucking cool. New ultimate attack? It would be kind of cool, actually. Not gonna lie. I could do that with someone at some point. Give them an ability that's kind of like that. Looks cool. Interesting. Oh, no, that's interesting. Whoa. Is it specifically the starting weapon that's having this issue? Because that gives me a lot more to go off. It doesn't look like the honeyed claws is having the same issue when it's selected mid-run. Okay, that's huge. Because then that tells me that it is because of the way I initialize it all. That is the problem. It's probably to do with this, then. Or it's to do with you. I don't think I need you anymore, actually. Matara's the easiest to see it with. So I'm going to keep switching to Matara. Cool. Yep, it was that. So what that was doing was it was reactivating, yeah, it was redoing all of the cooldowns again, independent of the level up. Even, I think this was because I didn't have the cooldowns being activated by the level up correctly before. So I had this system in place, and now we don't need it because we actually have a better system, probably. So this is probably just legacy code then. I'll just leave it for now, in case I need it later. But I'm pretty sure this might have been like, I did something early on as a debugging tool. Well, I say debugging tool, quotation marks debugging. It was to get it was basically to kick it in the boot, to get things working before, but we don't need to do that anymore. Oh, it probably was because of the room switching. Oh, that might be it. Okay. This is what I mean by, like, it was a systemic issue. It was an issue that had been was the case at some point, hadn't been fixed for ages, and hadn't been noticeable for a long time, until I just kind of caught my eye on something then. And now it's resolved. This is why I like to try and look back at certain things from time to time, because I have this happen all the time. I have old code that is very clearly wrong, but I don't know how it's wrong. And it's not because, like, I did poor notation or anything, it's just because, like, it made sense at the time, and I have changed so many other little tiny pieces that I hadn't gone back and fixed that. It's something that's just going to be an eternal problem that I have to keep trying to make an effort to resolve. Alright. Oh, I'm fucking exhausted at this point. So, yeah, again, I want to reiterate, the game is, by all intents and purposes, in a playable state. It is literally down to me recording the devlog as to when this gets up, like an update pushed. I might see if I can do it tonight. if I've given the time, but like I'm not gonna make any hard promises on when it's getting done. I can just say it should be done as soon as I have the time and energy to do the devlog. Because like I'll keep doing little tweaks here and there. Like I'm gonna keep trying to work on the equipment, like all of the skills and everything, to get them up to the stage of like this is actually how it's supposed to theoretically function, so you can get a good experience at that. Other than that, though, yeah, no, the game is gonna be like this is the state that you should expect to see in the next update, with little to no more than what you see. I'll try and add some bits and pieces that I can here and there, but like, don't hold your breath for anything substantial, right? Comments start to be quite useful as the code base keeps growing. Oh yeah, no. So I'll mention this always. Comments are something you should be adding as you go always. Why I fucked up there is because this was something that was like, that's why I say like this was something that was probably very old in Legacy. But I just hadn't gone around to like removing it or something like that, or things had changed. You should always try and make an effort to be commenting though, especially as the code base grows. There's a reason why you do see a bunch of commenting notation in certain spots. For me, I try and make an effort to always like keep the core information relevant. I also do self-notation by writing code that basically spells out what the fuck it does. I'm trying to think of like the best example for that. I guess like some of this, right? Like none of this really needs a notation here, because like what do you gain out of a notation here? It's, this is the health bar. I can guess what the fuck that does. I can go look at the actual thing itself, and when I go look at the thing, I can see that it's got actual stuff in there where it's key values, positional data, run health change. That's clearly when the health changes. I can see that it's also alert types, sort of thing like that. We have the draw event here, which, what does it do? It sets up a matrix. Draw is a matrix. I even have a note there. Apply transformation to the matrix, and then does the thing. Notation will always be valuable. Like, here's a great example as well. So this is actually, yeah. This here is, I think, where I was going to change some of the stuff to. But you see here, I've got, like, values current, values target, values total is, like, commented out things. Like, I believe this was a setup for something. But, like, I'm always trying to make an effort to kinda... okay. Do you know how to do notation a little bit easier? And this helps a lot. When you go to make a new piece of code, I'm trying to think of like a recent example. This is a recent-ish example, I guess. Well, this gives you a relevance argument. What is this going to do? Well, I have all the parts needed for the map, spawn the characters, and spawn the portals, right? That's what it's going to do. I only have the portals in at the moment because we haven't gotten that far with everything. But this is like notation that gives you like writing out, what do I want this to do? Right, do that, and then you segment it out as you do the things for it. By doing that, you guarantee the notation is correct. Admittedly, I stand by, especially because it is a solo project, I'm a lot less caring on notation, but there are other projects I can pull up that I've done in group activities where it's like, oh no, this goes to show how much I do like this, right? This kind of notation. Alright, I think I'm gonna call it here for today, because I think I'm kind of reaching a good solid point of there's not much else to do other than flounder for a bit. Being a solo dev really encourages to be sloppy on comments? Yes. It's why I make an active effort for a lot of it, but I will always fail on certain things. But it'd be what it'd be. Hey Gabriel, how's it going? So yeah, we'll call it here for today. I think a solid almost 4.5 hours of programming's enough. I'm very, very tired. So yeah, I think we've made a good bit of headway. Things are functioning how I kind of want them to, and I'm glad we figured out those problems we did figure out, because a lot of those would have been like long-term. If I didn't solve them, then it would have just taken forever to notice the problems, right? So, with that being the case, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye!